Hey, 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 how you doing, my little beauties? It's David Connolly here, the web developer extraordinaire, welcoming you to another live codathon. Now, today I'm going to be working on an ordering system for a restaurant, a takeaway joint, something like that. Truth is, this client has not even asked for this thing, but I feel that the menu system has had a lot of work added to it, and it would be a shame not to have something cool, you know? So that's what we're going to be doing here, and you are very, very welcome. So let me start off by opening up PHP here. I was going to make my last stream the last of the year. Now, I did not say never. You never say never. But then today I thought, you know what? I actually enjoy the motivation. You folks being here, it just keeps me going, you know? So I thought I would come on and see how we get on here. So here's our menu. This is where I've got so far. And I've also got a nice mobile version of this that looks like this. And the idea is that you can click in, choose something and say, oh, I like that. And actually that's as far as we've got so far. But I think it's going to be quite a cool little system. And that is your vibe. Now let me stick a couple of sounds on. We always like to have some music here. I've had so many copyright strikes though, I have to be so careful with this. I think I'm going to take well, what would be good? What would be good? I think I'll do a little bit of Commodore 64 music, and I think I'll have probably this one here. Maybe this one. No, Rob Hubbard is solid. We'll go with that. Alright. Okay. Alright, that'll do me. That'll do me. Okay, cool. So, shall we dance? Let's do this. And as always, let's do this in the name of rock and roll. Jim, it's very good to see you. I had, I think a message, was it from you? And talking about the Thursday coding session. So I'm going to be doing private training for the Trongate framework. And just to let you know, that's going to be happening on Thursday at 7 PM London time. Okay, maybe I should write this in the thing. I'll just say Thursday, 7 PM London time is going to be live training on Trongate via Skype. Okay, if anyone wants involved, just add me on Skype. It's david.webguy. Alright, and here comes a new name. Welcome, Terry Murray. I wonder if you're from sunny Scotland with a name like that. Welcome, it's very good to see you here. Again, live training, just so you know, on Trongate. It's Thursday, 7 PM. No charge. It's free, okay? So if anyone wants to do that, that's awesome. Okay, Jim, you'll be more than welcome. and someone else had mentioned it as well. Okay, so shall we dance? Let's do this. Now, I think the most difficult part of a job like this is visualization. And one of the mistakes that developers make, I think, is that they kind of make life too complicated, because they immediately will assume online ordering and payment gateways and stuff like that. And it never occurs to them that maybe the local pizza joint is happy just for the driver to be paid. Maybe they're perfectly happy for that. So it doesn't really have to be too complicated. And what we can do is think of it in terms of an online shop, but it does not have to be an online shop with a payment gateway. That's the whole point of it, you know. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have an order, let's call it an order basket, okay? And when we add items to the order basket, they're going to go into the order basket. Calculations will be made, blah, 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 blah. And that's how it's all going to work. Okay? Now, before that can even happen, I think that we need to have the price of the items in here. Alright? So, let's begin by opening up our text editor here. Alright, just good old Sublime Text for me. Alright. Okay. So, let's follow the trail of destiny here. We're on a module called Italian Restaurant Glasgow. And if we go to... Well, hold on a minute. Okay, so if I go to Italian Restaurant Glasgow, you can see that we've then got a thing called menu, so that runs this. And then this thing is going to load up a view file called menu standard. Here is menu standard. Now, another thing that might be worth noting here is that we've got a thing called additional includes BTM, and it gives us a file called oo.js, which lives inside menus. So inside menus there's a JavaScript folder, and here it is here. Okay, now here we've got a thing that says open select item modal, and when we click on one of these, that's what gives us this little window here. Okay, and what we're going to do here is you can see. Now let's just have a look here. Okay, so what happens is it does a query and it fetches the details for the item. Now when that stuff loads up, I'm going to just console.log HTTP response text. I want to see what's coming back, right? Now let me just save this, and I'm going to open up this console vibe. I'm going to reload. Been on an Apple all day, so it takes me a minute to find my feet again. So is it Control I cannot remember how to do it. That's something, isn't it? Pardon me. Okay, it's Control Shift R. Alright, so if I click on this, and if you look at the console, you'll see that we've got a whole bunch of stuff here, and one of the things is price. We do have a price, okay? Now, let's just say var item price is item object dot item object price, like that. So I'm going to console.log our item price. Let's just save that. We'll have another little reload, and when we click, you can see here that it says the price is $5.95. Now, let's have a closer look at this thing. And here we've got a thing that says add to order. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to space out, do a little hyphen, space again. Maybe we'll do one of those pound symbols like this. And then I'm going to join on item price like that. So now if we hard reload, open up, and you can see that the price is now appearing here where it says add to order. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Now, when we click on either this plus or this minus, the quantity changes. And that is running a little function called change quantity. Change quantity is going to change a value called current quantity. And so, where we've got this button that's got the item price, strictly speaking, we could say current quantity multiplied by item price. And if we now refresh, go like this. Okay, now unfortunately that's not changing. So let's just do a little tweak here. Where we've got change quantity happening, and it appears in two different places, let's add in fact, do you know what? I think for clarity, I'm going to call it unit price. So when we're changing the quantity here, let's do a little comma, and we'll add in that unit price. We'll do it there, and we'll do it here. And where we've got this second button here, I'm going to say button 2, set attribute, add, or let's say add to ODR, no, or, yeah, ORD, add to ORD. The reason why I'm not saying order is for search engine purposes. I don't want to add any flags in that tell Google it's a commercial site. Okay, tricks of the trade. So I'm going to be adding an attribute of ID with add to ORD, okay? And when we change the quantity, we're now going to take in a unit price. We're going to do whatever we're going to do, and then we're going to say document get element by ID, And the element is add to ORD. And we're going to set our inner HTML here. Now the inner HTML is going to look a little bit like this. And we're going to have let's see, we're going to say add to order. It's going to be the current quantity multiplied by the unit price. That should actually work. So let's hard reload. I'm going to click. I'm going to select. Oh, you miserable swine. Okay. Well, let's just do a couple of console logs here. So we'll console log the current quantity. And I'm going to console log the unit price. So when we do that, so it looks like the unit price here is undefined. Okay, well, I can see a mistake right away. Did you see that? It's a little typo. So we're going to go like that, unit price, and like that. Okay, let's try this. Okay, now it's saying here that unit price is not defined. Okay. Okay. So let's select these two little beauties. Now, I'm gonna try something like that. Unit price, let me try that. And before I break my heart, I'm just gonna inspect this. Aye, that looks quite good. There you go. There you go. Okay, so that's now changing those prices. But I want 2 decimal places and some of them are not doing that. I don't know how to do that in JavaScript. So JavaScript round to 2 decimal places. I don't think that's it. Let's see Stack Overflow. Okay, it looks like we say this. So when we've got this unit price here, or rather when we display this thing, I'm going to just say around about here that unit price equals that to fixed. Now that should sort that out here at the pop out thing. And when we change the actual price, I'm going to say something like that. Let's now refresh here. Okay, so I'm keeping an eye on those prices. Unit price to fixed is not a function. Well, thank you, Stack Overflow. Isn't it incredible how there's no clear way of doing that? It's just such a basic thing. And the JavaScript community is all over the place. It really is quite incredible. So is it that too fixed? Let's have a look. Okay, that does not make too much sense. Let me try something. Wow. Too fixed is not a function. So straight from W3 Schools, and it doesn't work. Unreal. Okay. So I think I need to say here, yeah, where we've got our unit price coming in here, I think we need to say unit price equals parse float unit price. I think that's what we have to do. Okay. Right, that's looking good. Now, let's go to the bit with the increments and whatnot. Okay, so I'm going to say var new price equals, and I'm just going to go current quantity times unit price, and I'll just chuck new price in here. Either it works or it doesn't, you know. Okay, so here we go. Okay, now let's just say unit price is too fixed to. Let's see if we can sort that bit. You miserable swine. Oh, now that's new price. Hold on. It's the new price. Okay. So here we go, and here we go. There you go. That's what we're talking about on this fine day of all days. Alright. So we got it in the end. Okay, now let's just test this again. There you go. That is beautiful. That's really, really great. Now, let's just right click and inspect. And what have we got here? Okay, what I think I'm going to do with this part is I'm going to turn it into a regular form. Just a regular old form. And I'm going to... Yeah. So let's see if we can figure out how to build an actual form here. So, if we think about the buttons here, this is probably the main part. Now I'm going to say var add form is document dot create element. We're going to have a form. Now let's say modal body append child of the add form. Then I'm going to say add form append child of modal buttons. Now let's just save and refresh. And I'm going to right click and inspect. And I can see that I have indeed added a form here. So now for the form, it's going to be just an ordinary form, so I'm going to set some attributes. I'm going to say add form, set attribute, and I'm going to say action, and I want it to go somewhere. I'm just going to say base URL, and let's go with order basket / add or submit. Let's just go with order basket submit. That'll be fine. I'm also going to say add form, set attribute, method is post. And then where we've got this button here, I'm going to say button to set attribute type is going to be submit. I'm going to say button to set attribute name is going to be submit. So if we now refresh this, and then, well, it was all going too well. Okay, so that was just getting my PHP mixed up with my JavaScript. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to right click and inspect. So I can see that the form's looking fantastic. The button is also looking pretty good. And if I click add to order here, it all works perfectly. But there's one other thing that I'd like to do. After this second button here, I'm going to say var qty input, and I'm going to say that that is document dot create element input. I'm going to say that the quantity input, we're going to say set attribute, and the type is going to be hidden. Then I'm going to say qty input set attribute, and I'm going to give it a name of item underscore qty. Then for the quantity input, set attribute, going to give it a value, and the value is going to be equal to the current quantity. Then I'm going to say model buttons append child of quantity input. Let's save that. Now I'm going to just inspect, And you can see we've got an input type of hidden with an item quantity there. Now, let's do a little adjustment to this. Let's say quantity input set attribute, and I'm going to call this one ID of item quantity. That's our ID, right? And every time we change this quantity, we're going to say document get element by ID. We'll chuck in that, and we'll just say dot value is current quantity. So we'll refresh, click on this. Now when we inspect here, look on the bottom left, you see how it says quantity has a value of 1, and if we change that, you see how it goes to 2, 3, and then back down to 2. That is absolutely perfect. Okay, so that takes care of the quantity. Now I'm going to have another one of these hidden fields, which are so much fun. And I'm going to have it like this, and it's going to be called item ID input. So this is going to have a name of item ID, and it's going to have an ID of item ID and a value that is equal to the ID here. So that is going to be a value that's equal to item object, loading up the ID, and there we go. Okay, so that's that. Now let's just give that a little try. So there's our item ID, and it looks absolutely perfect. As a matter of fact, I don't even need this ID attribute here. It's fine. Okay, so now we bring up one of these and we go like this, and everything is beautiful, and we can now click add to order. That's going to take us to order basket / submit. Okay, now I'm very tempted to get the code generator out and generate an order basket module, but this one is really quite simple, and I think that I'm probably as well just to do it manually. I hope everybody's good in the room. Evance is here. How you doing? Nice to see you. And here's someone else. Thank you so much. What a nice comment. Another new face in the crowd. Welcome. Phone. Forgive me, I can't read. The font is so small here. I cannot read. Let me get your name right, my friend. They're all here, you know. It's Phones. Phone Soup Han. Okay, well, welcome. It's fantastic to have you here, Phone Soup Han. And Jody is here. Nice to see you. Here comes Stories of Hearts. There's all new faces. They're all here. And did I mention that Jim is here and the great Terry is here as well? And can you believe it? All the way from Iceland, Gia has just shown up. He is a founding member and a rock upon which all of this is built. Hello to you, Gia. Look at all of these new names. I must be becoming popular. Stories of Hearts. Are these real people? Are you folks going to ask me to view you on a sex cam in 2 minutes or something? Jodie Stevenson. And El, what have we got here? I need to make the font bigger. El Sharkio. What a fantastic... You would not mess with somebody with that name. It's very nice to see you. Here comes Hello World, which OS? This is Linux Peppermint. And welcome. Nice to see you here. This is Linux Peppermint. So, let's get back to this old thing. And I'm going to make a module now for the order basket. As I say, I think it's quite a simple thing. There's no need to fuss over this. So we'll have a new folder called order basket. And we'll have a new folder in here called controllers. And then we're just going to say a new file, order basket.php. Alright, so into PHP, class order basket extends TronGate. That's how this goes. Now I'm going to do a little thing here called submit. And what we'll do is just a little JSON on all of those posted variables. This comes with the TronGate framework, and I'll show you what it does. If we go back, select, grab a few, hit add to order, you'll see that it gives us a summary of all of the stuff here, okay? So, we can do something like this. We could say if not, now let's do two conditions here. Okay, I'm going to say if not, well actually, better idea. I'll say item ID is post item ID. Then I'm going to say item quantity, so item QTY is post item QTY. Now I'm going to turn them into decimals. So I'll say set type, well for item ID, of course that's going to be an integer. And for the, it's actually integers all round. So for the item QTY, that's also an integer. Okay, so the double condition is, I'm going to say if item ID is 0 or item quantity is 0, well, if that's the case, then I'll just redirect them back to wherever they came from, previous URL. Previous URL comes with the framework, and it just takes them back to the previous page. Alright, but assuming that we're good, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have an order basket table, and I'm going to add this to our order basket table. But before I do that, I think I'll do a little select here. So I'm going to say item object is this model, and there's a thing that comes with TronGate called get1. Now hold on a second, I think it's get where, and I can get where we've got this item ID, and I'm going to get from menu items. Now if I say JSON item object, it should hopefully give us a summary of what's on the database table. Here we go, and there it is. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So we've got an item title here, and it does no harm at all. to also get, you can see we've got an item price here. We've got a menu category ID, a priority, a whole bunch of stuff. Now, I'm just wondering, give me a second here. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the price. So the price is the item object loading up the price. We can echo the price with a die statement, little refresh, and there it is. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to PHP MyAdmin. I'm going to jump to the database here for this, and we're going to make up a table for order basket. Okay, order basket. So let's just say order basket. Now I'm just going to take a wild guess and say 7 columns. I have no idea, it's just a guess, right? So let's just go like that. Order basket's going to have an ID, auto increment, primary key, blah blah blah. We're going to have an item. Well, actually, before we do that, let's have a session ID. A session ID. I'll make it a variable character of 32. I'm going to have a customer ID. That will be an integer. By default, it's going to be 0. Then I'm going to have an item ID, which will also be an integer. Then I'm going to have an item quantity. Then I'm going to have a unit price. So that's all of that stuff right there. And then let's have a think here. Yeah, let's have date added. And that will be an integer, and it's going to be a Unix timestamp. Now for the unit price, I'm going to say decimal, and I have a tradition of saying 7,2 whenever I do a price, okay? So that's looking rather good. That is looking rather good. Okay, so let's just save that. Perfect. And so now I'm gonna build this thing up, okay? So let's just say data. So session ID equals, now you can just use pure PHP for that. Why mess about? For the customer ID, I'm going to just say 0. Now later on I may change that. I'm going to say data item ID is the item ID. I'm going to say data item quantity equals the item quantity. Then we've got the unit price, so data unit price. Well, the unit price is going to be our item object loading up price. And then we've got date added, which is just going to be a Unix timestamp. Okay, so now I'm going to say this model, insert this data into order basket. And then once we've done that, I'm going to redirect to order basket. And we're going to have a nice little method upstairs here. It's going to be an index method. and we're just going to display the order basket or an order summary or whatever. Okay, so let's head back over to the site here. We'll go like this. Now keep in mind that this table is brand new and perfectly empty. So I'm going to click here and I'm going to get 3 of these things. Let's add to order. And you can see it's diverted us to the display order basket. And sure enough, there is all of our information. Isn't it fantasticola? Oh yes, it is. Alright. Now, let's build a little order summary page. So, I'm going to say params session ID equals session ID, and I'm going to say data. Now, let's just say rows equals, and I'm gonna, well, let me do a wee query here. I'll say select all from order basket where session ID equals session ID, order by date added. There you go. So to get this, I'm going to say this model. We're going to use query binding, which is impossible to do an SQL injection attack on. We're going to pass in our SQL, pass in the params, and I'd like each of the results to be an object. Now we can say JSON data, and immediately it gives us a little summary of what we've got here. Pretty cool. So let's now say data view file equals order basket, and then I'm going to say this template. The name of the template is Cool Mobi, and as a reminder, this template can be downloaded for free over at the Module Market here. This is where it's all happening, folks, and here it is here. You can download this at the click of a button. There it is. It's the template. I've done a few tweaks, but it's basically that template, right? So let's now head in to order basket. We're going to have a new folder called views, and I'm going to call this one order basket.php. Okay, perfect. Now let's refresh, and it gives us something like that. On a mobile device, it looks a little bit like this. Now, let's do a section. And by the way, I noticed something yesterday which was really cool. Somebody has uploaded a full Trongate online shop. Is this it here? That's not it. Somebody took the online shop from Speed Coding Academy and they uploaded it, and I thought that was kind of cool. And it's here somewhere. If only I could find it. It's funny how... Anyway, let's see if we can find this. Yeah, somebody took the online shop that I had made and they chucked it online, and I just thought it was nice, and quite frankly, I wouldn't mind being able to just check that. Well, maybe not. Okay, so let's just make it up as we go along then, okay? So we'll just say, we'll have a section with an H1 that says your order. Okay, so we'll go like that. Now, on a big screen, it's something like that. And I think I'm going to align that to the center. So I'm going to say class equals text center. Now don't forget, the TronGate framework comes with its own CSS library. So there are no third-party libraries here at all. Everything is coming straight from the TronGate ecosystem. Alright, now, you see these rows here? I'm going to just do something like this. I'm going to say num rows is count rows. If we echo num rows, you know what's going to happen. It's going to say 1. Now, I'm going to say a little cheat here. Num rows is 0, right? And I'm going to say down here, if number of rows is equivalent to 0, then echo you do not have any items. Now let's think about this. Added to your order so far. A little paragraph won't do any harm. And maybe that's all we need. Maybe that's all we need. So something like that, or on a bigger screen, something like that. Now I'll add in a class of text center. There you go. And they would have to just hit the back button if that happened, okay? Now, of course, if they do happen to have some rows, well then we can do a little paragraph. In fact, we don't even need to do a paragraph. We can go straight into showing an actual summary of the order. Now, this is how much of an idiot I am. I cannot remember how you do these. I've been doing these since the mid-90s. And I can never remember. I really wanted to. Ah, here you go. So here's the one that we made at Speed Coding Academy. This is what I was trying to find, right? So, if I go like this, and then add it to the basket, that's what we're looking for. Okay, that's cool. So we're not going to have the image, but it's basically going to be a table with a delivery charge and then a total, okay? So let's jump out of this and we'll have a table here. Now the table is going to contain a table head with a bunch of these vibes here. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's going to contain a table row with 2 TDs. That's what we're talking about. Okay. So the structure is going to be info and then price. That's how this thing works, right? So here we go. Okay, cool. Now, let me just repeat this a few times. It's all part of the visualization exercise. So we get something a little bit like that. Okay. Now at the top, let's have a look here. Okay. Let's just say class equals ORD summary. ORD summary. Now I'm going to go to the CSS style sheet here. Find somewhere that makes you feel good. And as a matter of fact, I think I'm going to do something kind of cool. Instead of adding it to the normal style sheet, let's see if we can be kind of smart here. Instead of all of that, I'm going to do this. On order basket, I'm going to say additional includes tops, and I'm going to say order basket module CSS order basket .css. Now what that means is we can take all of the CSS that relates to this order basket, and instead of having it in the public folder, we can say in order basket we'll have a new folder called assets. We'll have a new folder called images. No, hang on, called CSS. And inside this, a new file called order basket.css. Perfect. Now, I'm going to give this a little class called order summary TBL. And I'm just going to say background color is cyan, just so that I can see if it's working, right? So, over to our order basket here. We'll go like this. Okay, now who cares about this word order? Maybe I should. I'll just keep this as it is actually, order summary table. So let's now go here and refresh. And there you go. Now this is quite amazing because it's now reading a style sheet. Here it is right here, and it's inside the order basket module. If I decide to build another restaurant booking system, I can simply grab that module and everything will be self-contained within the module. Alright, so that's looking kind of good. Now, let's just say that for the order summary table, let's just say that the background color is white. And let's do a little comma here. And I'll also say that for order summary table TD, the background color is white. I'll make that important. So here we go. That's pretty good. Now, I'm also going to say that for order summary table, the width is going to be, now I'll change this in a minute. It's not going to be 60%, but I just want to check something. Yeah, I want to make sure that the margin is at 0 auto. Perfect. Now I'm going to change the width to 94%, but with a maximum width of, now take whatever this thing is. Okay, that's saying 880. Now that is a bit on the big side actually, so let's just say 760, since we're not going to have a picture here. So here we go. There you go, that is absolutely perfect. Okay. Now, as a matter of fact, I'm looking at it. I think I should go a whole lot more narrow. Let's go to 640. There we go. Alright, that's cool. So the idea here is that, and again I'll kind of forget about PHP for the moment, but the general idea is that we're going to get an item, and then we're going to get, I'll put the item price in here, and possibly an optional item description, and then a quantity, and then over on the right hand side we'll have a price here, okay? So that's what we're building up to. So I'll go here, I'll have a little paragraph, I'll make it bold, and I'm going to just say item title to go here. Then underneath that we're going to have item price, okay, and I'll just go chuck in a little pound, chuck in something like that, and I'll figure that out later. Moving on down, we're going to have an optional description, and then moving down again, I'm going to have a quantity. I actually like the way that was in capitals, I don't know why, but we'll have a quantity here. And finally, a thing here with a link that's going to go somewhere, and we're just going to say remove. Okay, over on the right hand side we're going to have the price, so I'll just go like that. And there you go. Okay. Now let's repeat this a few times, and then we'll refresh. Okay, that's pretty cool. So let's have a wee think about how this could work. Because we're dealing with tables here, we can say something like width equals 1%. And it kind of squashes things up nicely at that right hand side, and I kind of like that, you know. Now keeping in mind that this is what we're after, I'm going to say that for the order summary TD, I'm going to say vertical align top. So back over here, refreshing, and there you go, it's at the top, right? Okay, now for that order summary thing, TD, if we're talking about a paragraph, for the moment I'm going to give it a margin of 0 and a padding of 0. I have to be kind of relentless with that stuff, you know? So that's the vibe there. Okay, now if we are talking about the order summary thing here, if it's a TD of nth child 1, and if it's a paragraph of nth child 1, I'm going to just, for the moment, give it a background colour of cyan. Perfect. And what I want to do with this is give it a font size of 1.2 M. So that item title is just a little bit bigger. Alright. Now, looking over at the price, yeah, small size is not too bad. Okay, we'll keep it that size. That's fine. But let's okay, let's say, let's do the clock face thing. So at the top we're going to be 0, on the right hand side 0, underneath I'm going to say 12, and on the left 0. Okay, that's too much. Let's try 3. I think that's looking kinda good. Now, another thing we can do, if we have a look here, you can see that we've got a space with this quantity thing going on here. So we could go like this. Now I'll give it a background colour of orange, just for the moment. And I'm going to say that for our third, actually I think it's the fourth, you can see our quantity here. So what I'm looking for is just a margin, top and bottom of 1em and left and right of 0. So that's going to do this, gives us a little bit of breathing space. And then I'm going to say text transform uppercase. There you go. And I think I should make the font size a bit smaller. So I'm going to bring this font size down a whole lot. Let me try 14 pixels. Let me try 12. Okay, 14 is about right actually. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Alright, now I'm going to get rid of these background colours. They have served their purpose. So we get something like that. Now, just for the moment, I'll add a few more rows in. So we get something like that. And on the style sheet, okay, I'm going to say for the thing, for our table rows of nth child, odd, let me say background colour red. Now we'll probably not see it. Let me take this out. Okay, now let me say TD. There you go. So I probably want this to be even. And all I'm going to do is make it a little bit darker. Maybe all of the E's here. There you go. And I think that makes it just a wee bit easier to read, you know. Okay. Now back over here. Okay. Let's think about the order total and all of that stuff. So we don't need this quite as big now. That we have a TD of call span equals 2 and a class of text right. Now hold on a minute. I am an idiot. We don't need a call span of 2. But I am going to say delivery. And then we go like this. And then I'm just going to say total. Okay. So let's have a wee refresh. There's your vibe. And I'll just say delivery charge. No, just keep it delivery. But on this one here, I'm just going to say style is font, weight, bold. And if you want, font size is 1.2 M. Did that even work? Probably not. Nah, it never did. Well, I'll tell you what. For this TR, I'll just say class is grand total. It's probably going to make life easier. So we'll head up here and I'll say that for grand total TD, the font weight is going to be bold, and the font size is, I'll make it 1.4 M, maybe 1.2. Alright, that's kind of cool. Now, along the top, I just want to see how this looks. It might be garbage, but I'm curious to see what happens if I say item details and then price. It might look garbage, I don't know. It's actually not too bad. Okay, let me go back to the menus. Alright, so do you see that green when we hover here? We could use that, or we could use this red here. You really don't want to just go introducing random colours. Another option would be that we could use a dark grey colour. You can never go wrong with grey. Grey goes with everything, right? I think I'll do that. So I'm going to say for the TH that the background colour, I'll make it all the 5s. And there you go. I think that's kind of cool. I do think that's kind of cool. Yeah, I do. I think it's kind of cool. For sure. Now, let's say... Whoops. Alright. Let's say that for this little beauty here, if it's nth child of 1, then I'm going to say text align left. However, for this vibe here of nth child 2, I'm going to say text align is right. And nah, maybe not. Maybe I'll say center. Okay, that's cool. Now, I'm also going to say that for the order summary table, TDs of nth child 2, let's align those to the center. There you go. I think that's really starting to look quite good. Okay, now I'm just not sure about this colour here. So, one way that you can quickly try a few colours is just do something like this. And move this. Okay, I actually quite like the dark red, so I am going to use that. So let's get this dark red colour here. Now, I'm going to go to this here, have a wee look upstairs, and I'm looking for our button here. And I think it's this colour here. So that should be a really deep red. There we go. And refresh. That's pretty good, pretty good. Okay. I think that's going to be awesome. I think that is going to be fantastic. So now that we've got the basic order basket working, let's get it displaying meaningful stuff. I'm going to say grand total is 0. And then I'm going to say for each rows as row. So that's your vibe there. Oops. My hands are freezing cold here. Alright. So something like that. Let's have a little refresh. Perfect. Okay, now let's add in the different bits and pieces here. We can have a reminder of all of the stuff that we've got if we just say JSON row. It will show us a few of the bits and pieces. Right, okay. Now, unfortunately, for computer stop. Forgive me. Unfortunately, I don't have an item title here. And that is truly quite unfortunate. I also don't have a description or anything like that. So I'm going to have to go back to this order basket and I'm going to have to make this query a little bit more sophisticated. Thanks to the Tongate desktop app, this is easy. So I'm going to just open this thing up. This is a free download for anyone who wants it. It will always be free. People don't seem to believe that, but I promise it will always be free. And what I'm going to do is select the app that I'm working on. Here it is here. I'm going to open up the query builder. And I'm going to fetch from order basket, but I want order basket to pick up stuff from menu items. Whoops, I dropped it there. From menu items. And we've also got a thing called menu items special prices that could potentially be important. So I'm going to join where item ID is item ID, so it's an inner join. And then I'm going to join where item ID is this item ID here. And let's do a right outer join here. There we go. Now I'm going to get the ID from order basket. I'm going to get the quantity. Now we can get the unit price, that's fine. When I'm actually thinking about it, we could have picked the unit price up from menu items here. That bothers me. I'm going to take that out. I'm going to pick up the price from here. We'll call that a wee correction, right? I'm going to get the title, the description. We could get an optional note if you want. And then for special prices, I'm going to get the description and the price. So quite a lot of information here. Now let's do show SQL. I'm going to copy that. And let's redo this query. So I'll paste in the query here. Have a little indent. Okay. Now we're going to add in a little where clause. So I'm going to say where, and it's going to be where order basket dot session ID equals session ID, and we're going to order by order basket dot date added. There's the query. Alright, so now for our rows, we're still using query binding. Let's just save and refresh. Well, ain't that a drag? Okay, that should have been a left join. So just to take you back to the query builder here, I'm going to just clear the joins, right? So when I joined this up to this, an inner join is fine. But when I joined this to this, I should have said, give me all of the item stuff, regardless of whether or not we've got a special price. I should have been a left outer join, that was it, okay? So now we've got a whole lot more stuff here. But do you see where it says menu items special prices dot description? Just thinking here. Do you know what? The special prices is causing problems. Let me forget about that for the moment. So I've just dragged it off the page. We'll just simplify things, okay? So that's going to be fine. That'll do us for the moment. I'll bring in the special prices later on, okay? So it's going to be like that. Little indent. Okay. Let's have a refresh here. Okay, that's looking good. So, back over to our order basket here. At the top, we're going to have the... In fact, I'm going to copy this. It's always good to have a wee reference on the page so you know what you've got. So, along the top here, we're going to have row loading up, and it's called item title. There you go. Next, we're going to have our price here. So I'm going to say row loading up price. Okay, like that. Now, the optional note thing, for that, I'm going to say if row loading up optional note is not empty, then, well, let's just stick in PHP. We'll say so we'll have a paragraph and we'll just say row optional note and then close off the paragraph. Okay? Then in here we're going to have our quantity, so we echo item QTY like that. I'll worry about the remove later. And here we're going to have a row total. Now let's just say that the row total is going to equal row item quantity multiplied by row price. Okay? And in fact, I can also say row total description is number format row total to 2 decimal places. I'm also going to say grand total equals grand total plus row total. So we're tallying up the grand total as we do the page here. And right in here, I'm going to echo row total desk. So if we now save and refresh, there we go. Of course, that's row item quantity. There you go. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, pardon me. Now, let's get this remove thing working, okay? So I'm going to get a remove URL. And the remove URL is going to be order basket /remove and / row ID. Okay, so that's our remove URL. I'm going to chuck the remove URL in here. And so now, when somebody clicks on this, you can see that it's going to remove /1. It takes 2 minutes to build that. I'm going to say remove. Now, we are reading an ID from the top here, so I'm going to say params ID equals segment 3. So if I echo params ID, you'll see that we are picking up that number. If you're really paranoid about security, you could say set type params ID is an integer, which is not a bad thing to do, you know. So now I'm going to do some SQL. I'm going to say delete from menu items where ID equals ID, and I suppose I should do this in capitals, right? Now I'm going to say params session ID equals session ID. So I'm going to say where session ID equals session ID. There you go. So I'm going to say this model query bind pass in the SQL, pass in the params, and don't you love, well, we don't need to return anything, so we don't need to say object. But then we can just redirect back to order basket. Easy as that. So now, back to our order basket page. I'm gonna remove one of these. Well, delete from, pardon me, it's order basket. There you go. Okay, now actually it's made me just realise something. You could add in a little icon with a class of FA trash here, if you want. And we've got a wee icon here. Also, we could go to the order summary TD. So we could say, if it's a link, then the text decoration is none. Does that work? Yeah, we could do that. But maybe if we hover over it, then we could say text decoration is underline. Okay, something like that. So, there's our delete function. Looks kind of good. And if we remove again, it says you do not have any items added to your order so far. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So let me add a couple of items here. I'll have 3 of these. And now I don't like the flow here. We probably should not take them away from this page. That was a mistake. But we'll have 2 of these. And let's have oh gee. Let's have one of these. Okay, so something like that. Now, let's get the grand total and whatnot working. Okay. I'm going to just for the moment, and this is very far from ideal, but I'm going to say delivery charge equals, and let's just say it's a £5, right? So what that means is that we can pass in data, delivery charge, and that is going to equal this, calling upon delivery charge. Now over on our order basket here, we can chuck in the delivery charge like that. There it is. Or if you want to be super cool, you could say number format delivery charge, comma 2. Which gives you something like that. And so around about here, I'm going to say grand total is grand total plus delivery charge. And right here, we're going to echo number format grand total, and there it is. So that is the total, I hope. If I remove one of these, it should go to about 35, and it does, and that's all totally cool. Okay, Now, I think I've got to figure out some stuff to do with the general flow of this thing. But now, I'm going to just have a green button here that says place order. So we'll have a paragraph with a class of text center, and we're going to have as awkward as it may be, I feel as if we should have a form that takes us to this page, because if we make it an ordinary link, there's a potential, well, mind you, it's not going to happen because we did have a form to get here. No, that's fine, we can have an ordinary link then. So I'm just going to say, let's go to order, basket, and let's just go to place, or how about proceed? And we're going to have a little thing here that says proceed with order. We're going to pass in an array with a class assigned to button. There you go. So we've got something like that. Now, I'm going to give it another class here. I'm going to say button. Let me just say proceed. Okay. So something like this. Now, immediately underneath this, by the way, nah, we're not going to do anything beneath this. Let's just say button proceed. So I'll go here and I'm going to say font size is, now let me just experiment here, 17 pixels. That's pretty good. I'm going to say background color. And I want the green colour that we had on the menus there. You'll remember there's, you see that green colour? I'd like to have that. So it's on this quantity selector thing. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is here. Okay, so that is the background colour. So I'm going to go like that. I'm going to say border is 1 pix. This thing here, solid. And I think that that is pretty good. Now, could we do anything else? Could we do anything else to make this better? Well, I suppose I could get this font here. Okay, so here's the font family. So let's just say that the font family is that. And we're going to do a little text transform uppercase. So here we go. Okay, now I need to get this Noto serif font added onto this page somehow. So I'm going to copy this line here, head into the order basket thing, head upstairs, chuck that in and refresh. There you go. So you can see that this says proceed with order, and it looks kind of cool. Let's check it on a mobile device. Ah, now I thought that might happen. So let's say that for this section here, I'm going to just hard code in actually. Style equals padding 120 pixels. There you go. Pretty cool, pretty cool. There it is. Okay. Now, it's not too bad, but I do think that these are a bit bunched up and it bothers me, you know. So okay, let's see if we can do something with this. Okay, if we change that to 0, it bunches things up a wee bit. So let's just make it then that the margin is 1em at the top, 0 left, 0 bottom, or 0 right, 0 bottom and 0 left. That does that. And I'll reduce the line height. Do we have anything here mentioning line height? We don't. Alright, well, let's try that. I'll just say line height. Let me try 1em. Oh, do you know what it is? I had added a margin, that was it. I remember now. So here it's right here. So I'll bring that from 3 to 2. Let's try 0. I think that works. Okay, so that's what we're going to have then, okay? For the moment. Okay, looks good. Looks pretty good. Now, I'm just noticing a little thing here that if somebody selects the same item and that item is already in the basket, then we should probably just update the quantity instead of adding a new row, you know what I mean? So let's do a couple of wee corrections in that regard. How is everybody in the room? Are we having a good day? I'm having a good day. I am kicking ass. Alright, we have Stories of Hearts from Kenya. Welcome, welcome. How can I change it to Peppermint? It's a Linux thing. Yep. Is it possible? You can use anything you want as a front end. It's live, yep. Are registration still opening? Yes, it is, absolutely. I'll type this in actually. Yeah, the free Tron Gate training is Thursday at 7 p.m. London time. If you want on board, add me on Skype. It's david.webguy. No charge, no details required. It's all free. Okay? So you're very welcome if you want to come along to that. Very welcome. And hello to Michael. Michael Levitt is here. Yankoholics in the house. Earthbound. Prashant. Stories of Hearts. Gear is here. There's a whole bunch of people here. And you're all very, very welcome. How are we feeling about this? Isn't this fantastic? I think it's looking pretty darn good. I'm going to get a wee coffee, and then we'll do a couple of corrections, and then we'll move on to the business of placing orders, and we'll have some fun with that. Alright, I'll be right back in just a few minutes. Well, I tell you what, man, I check this GitHub thing 20 times a day, and it has been so slow lately. And it's funny, I don't know if I mentioned this, but somebody wrote an article yesterday about the top 10 most popular frameworks. We did not get a mention. And you know something? We cannot complain. Because until this thing gets 1100 stars on GitHub, it will not be a top 10 framework. At the moment, we're only at 267. Now, when we get to that top 10 position, it means, well, basically means two things. First of all, if anybody's going to be writing about the top 10 most popular frameworks, they're going to have to mention us. And that is going to really rattle the gates of the establishment, the gates of those self-appointed PHP aficionados. But the next thing is that once we get to that top 10 position, people are going to have to start including us in those top 10 lists, of which there are plenty. And let me tell you, the competition from position 10 to position 3 is negligible. None of the other frameworks are up to much. CodeIgniter's finished. Yi is desperately in need of an update. Laymass has been ignored again by the community. There is no competition all the way up till second place when we go after Symfony and Laravel. But we really need to get this up to 1100 stars. I'm really grateful for the thumbs ups on the video and all that on YouTube, and thank you so much. But the truth is, it changes nothing. I've given up all hope of ever having a big YouTube channel. But this is something where we can win. We can, to use the words of Steve Jobs, we can create a dent. This is all that I care about. I don't care about followers or likes or anything. GitHub stars is the metric. And I urge you, if you can, and if you haven't done so already, we're not going to cheat the system. But if you can and you have not done so, I would urge you, please, join the revolution. We need your support. And I want to just remind all of you that Trongate will always be free. There's never going to be certification. There's never going to be rewrites or some feature that you don't need. There's never going to be third-party libraries. We are trying to keep the doors of web development open. If that's something you believe in, I really hope that you will consider giving this framework a star on GitHub. Nothing that you do will be more important on this day. Alright. So, thank you so much. Let's move on and we'll do some other stuff here. Okay. So, I'm going to take out, as I mentioned previously, on order basket, I'm going to remove the unit price. I don't think we need it. Just don't think we need it. So we'll take that out. Then we'll head to order basket. And when we submit, we'll just leave out that unit price. Now another thing that we're going to do is we're going to remove old records. It's going to be a little method here, and it's going to just say now time is the time, ancient history is now time minus 86400. Now that's 1 day, right? And I'm going to just say params ancient history is that. Then I'm just going to say SQL equals delete from. So I'm going to delete from order basket, where date added is less than ancient history. So I'm going to say this model query bind, pass in the SQL, pass in the params. Now I'm going to do something else which is kind of cool that I've never done before. I'm going to say rows is this get order by ID. I'm going to say num rows is count rows, and if num rows is equal to 0, then I'm going to do a second SQL query. I'm going to say truncate order basket. So calling upon the model, it's a query, and we can just pass in the SQL2, and that'll be fine. So that's basically going to reset the ID back to 1, which is kind of cool, because you don't want 10 years time record ID 59,236,000, right? That's just going to keep this table nice and tidy. And every time we perhaps, let's have a think here, maybe every time we run submit, then we can also run this remove old records like that, and it really won't make much of a dent on the page load speed. Okay, so there's that. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is when we submit, we have to check and see if there's already an item that matches all of this stuff. So, how do we do that? Well, let's just say update ID is this attempt get update ID, and we're going to pass in all of this data here. So something like that, okay? Now let's chuck it down here, and I'm going to say attempt to find a record on the basket that matches what has been what has just been submitted. So okay, so what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to say params session ID is session ID, params item ID is item ID, and let's just do an SQL query. Select all from order basket where session ID is session ID and let's say item ID is item ID. Okay, now I'm gonna say results is this model query bind, and I'm gonna say okay, let me think here. Let's say if is set results 0, then I'll say existing record is going to be results 0. Otherwise, existing record is an empty array. I'm gonna return existing record. Okay, so let's change this slightly. I'll say existing record is this. Now let me var dump existing record with a die statement here. So if I go back to menus, go like this, grab one of these, add to order. Okay, order basket line 88. Well, of course, my mistake. So it's data session ID, data item ID. Alright, here we go again. Invalid parameter. Oh, geez. Session ID is session ID. Item ID is item ID. Nah, that's fine. Alright, so session ID, item ID, that's fine. So select all where session ID is, there you go, it's session ID. Okay. Okay, so we appear to have an object coming back here. So I'm going to turn this object into an array. So now we've got an array that comes back. And right here, I'm going to say if is set existing record item QTY, then this should be an update. So I'm going to say data item quantity equals, let's just say item quantity plus existing record item quantity. There you go. And then I'm going to say update ID is existing record, ID, and then it's going to be this model update with this update ID and that data. Otherwise, it's an insert. Okay, so okay, now of course, there we go. All right, that's beautiful. So let me just give this a wee try then. I'm going to head to the menus. Now I'm going to add one of these things. It's $5.95. Okay, let's go back to the menus. Now I'm going to add 2 more of these things. So maybe like that, right? So add to order. And as you can see now it says quantity 3 and everything is absolutely beautiful. Now there's something else. If we look at order basket here, you can see that this says ID is 9. So whenever we remove, I'd like us to call upon this remove old records and watch what happens here. Do you see how this ID says 9? Right, well here's some cool stuff. If I go remove, now I'm going to go back to menus and add an item here. Now have a look at the table and you'll see that our ID has gone back to 1. Pretty cool feature, you know? Pretty cool feature. And it just keeps that database nice and tight, future proof and all of that cool stuff. So there we go. Doesn't it look fantastic? Oh yes it does. And again, if we go back here, I'll add 3 more of these and you'll see that it really just updates this total here. Okay. Now, the next part of this interesting little process. Yay, somebody gave us a star. Thank you so much. Who was it? Who was it? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I think it might have been our great friend, the mighty Yankaholic. Thank you so much if that was you. Basically, it's a good day. Somebody gave us a star. Thank you so much. Alright. So now we're going to do the business of proceeding with the order. And we're just going to tear right into this. It's going to be so easy. You will not believe how easy this is. But first, I'd like to take a little commit because it makes me feel kind of good. So I'm going in here. I'm going to stage all. And I'll just have a wee commit just in case something goes wrong. Alright. So, we're going to do proceed with order. And the way that this is going to work is, well, I think I'll just show you. We're going to have a thing in order basket here that's going to be called proceed. Okay? And this, first of all, it's going to make sure that you have items in the basket. So I'm going to just say that param session ID is that, and I'll just say SQL equals select all from order basket, where session ID equals session ID order by date added. I'm gonna say rows is this model query bind, and I'm gonna say if not is set rows 0, then I'm gonna redirect them back to the order basket page, because it means I've got nothing in the basket, right? Otherwise, I'm gonna say data view file equals proceed this template cool mobi, passing in the data, and in our views file we're going to have a thing called proceed.php. Going to go like this, a little h1, proceed with order. Let's have a wee look at this. So when they're on the basket page, they hit proceed with order, it takes them here. And of course, we're going to say class is text center. Okay, now on the mobile devices, this will not have any challenges, as you can see. And okay, I'm gonna say okay, to proceed with an order. No. Okay, let's just say placing orders is easier if you have an account with us. Okay, so now we're really getting into the business of this thing. If you have an account, let's just say on our website, creating an account is free and it only takes a few moments. So placing orders is easier if you have an account on our website. Creating an account is free and it only takes a few moments to set up. So now I'm going to have a div with probably 3 links inside it. So I think I'll just say div times 3. Okay, and I'm going to say echo anchor. Now let's have accounts create. I'm going to say create account, I'm going to pass in a class with, let's just say button for the moment. Okay, so we'll go like that, we'll go like that, and we'll go like that. Now let's just say create an account, log into existing account. Now let me just go like this. Okay, so let's have a wee refresh. Alright, now this is going to be a class assigned to button. A class assigned to button. Something like that. And then we'll just say accounts / proceed as guest. So I'm going to give them a choice. And again, I'll just say class is text align center. Proceed with order. Using guest account. Okay, there we go. Now, let's get some buttons going on here. But first I'll check this on a larger screen. Okay, well I'm certainly glad that I checked that. So this is going to be class is proceed buttons. Now let's add in this order basket CSS thing. Something like that. And I'm going to say that proceed buttons. Well, let me just have a look at those containing divs first of all. So for the proceed buttons, direct descendant divs, border, 1 pix red solid, and we get something like that. Now, I'm going to say display is flex, flex direction is row, oh, now by the way, that would of course be here. And then I'm going to just say align items center, and of course justify content center. There you go. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Now, once we get below a certain screen size, I wonder if we should stack those buttons. I think we should. So let's add in some media queries. I'm going to say at media, minimum width 1 pixel. And then we'll do another one at maybe I think it's 840 is the sweet spot when this thing changes. Let me just double check that. I'm too fast for my browser. Did you see that? Alright, here we go. So keeping an eye on the top right hand side here. I'm looking for the sweet spot when this changes. There it is, it's 860. So 860. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to say on the small screens, we're going to say flex direction is going to be column. But on the bigger screen, we're going to say flex direction is row. Alright. So that should take care of that. And we're going to have a wee refresh here. So here we are. We're going to the big screen. Okay, that looks okay. And as we go in and we find the smaller screens, then eventually it does this. Okay, now that first button there really should have a class of button proceed. I think it makes a whole lot of sense. So we're going to add in a class of button proceed. You'll see that button goes green. There it is right there. Now the other one is going to have log into existing account. So for that one, I think I'm going to say button, let's just say, let me think of a name for it. Let's call it secondary. Okay, now button secondary will bear a striking resemblance to button proceed. And to the untrained eye, it'll look exactly the same. However, we're going to give it a background colour of all the 7s. There you go. I think that's going to be fantastic. Good. Now let's get rid of that red. It has served its purpose. So here we are on a big screen. You'd have to say that that's looking kind of good. And if we jump to a small screen, it still looks pretty good. So placing orders is easier if you have an account on our website. Creating an account is free and it only takes a few moments to set up. So they can create an account, log into an existing, or proceed with order using guest account. They have the choice. And that's what life is all about, folks. Choices, you know? Can you handle it? So choose wisely and let's get these working. Now, I am going to save a whole bunch of time by taking a trip to the Tron-Gate module market, and I'm going to download a members module. By doing that, I'll have a whole bunch of features like forgot password and logging in and all sorts of things that would usually take 2 or 3 hours to build. So watch how quick this is. And whatever you do, don't blink. So, I'm going to create a new module. Going to browse the Tron-Gate module market. I'm going to get this one called Simple Members. It gives me everything I need here for this type of thing. So I'm going to say get. There you go. Going to run the import wizard here. Create a members table. And then I'm going to create a Tron-Gate users table. There you go. Okay, that's kind of cool. Now, I have a decision to make. Am I happy calling this thing members? Or should I change it to accounts? I think I should probably change it to accounts. So let me have a look at our database table here. And for Trongate user level, I'm going to browse. And for the level title, I'll just say, how about customer? Okay, that's cool. Now, did I say accounts? Maybe I'll just make it called customers. So we're going into members here. Operations. I'm going to rename it to customers. There you go. Alright. Now, let's do a site-wide search for members in lowercase. I just want to see what we've got actually. So we've got a wee bit of API action, some stuff on the members table, and what else have we got? Some more members stuff, and then a wee bit on security. Okay. Well, that makes me feel quite good. So I'm going to do a find in folder, case sensitive. I'm going to replace members with customers right across this website. Here we go. There it is. Now let's close. All right. Now I'm going to just do another little tweak. I'm going to look for members and replace with customer. Again, lowercase. Now I'm going to search for members with an uppercase M, and I'm going to replace with customers with an uppercase C. Finally, members with an uppercase M replaced with customers with an uppercase C. Okay, that's cool. So now, if we go back over here, let's sort those links out. So this is going to be on order basket, proceed, and where it says accounts here, let's just say customers. Let's just call it create account, and with this one we're going to say customers / login, and then proceed as guest. Now all I have to do is get those three things working, and it's hello Honolulu. So let's try this. I'll try. Let me go to customers / login. Ugh. Well, of course, I need to rename the folder. Like that. Okay, that's good. So here we go. You can see that we've got a nice login page here. This all came straight from the Module Market. It's all been built and it's all ready to go. So if we think about that, okay, so that's customers login. So if we say log into existing account, it's going to take us here. The design could do with a wee bit of work, but it should be functional and we'll be able to log in, okay? If we don't have an account, we can go to this page here, customers/join. Now that's going to need a wee bit of work, that page. But I think the easiest way to do this is probably just to bungle my way through those 3 different situations as quick as possible. So let me head back to the menu. Alright, now there's a nice background image here. And if we view the page source and do a search for background image, we've got this. Now I'm going to copy that. And then I'm going to head to customers, login. Now, on our login thing here, going to have a wee bit of style action. Chuck in the base URL. And now we've got a background that kind of fits in with the theme, you know. Now, if you want to be super whatever, then I could change these colours here, potentially. So, shall we do that? I don't even know. I think I'll keep that as it is just now. Anyway, here's our home page. So if we go to menus, add an item to the cart, proceed with order, then we can log into existing account and it looks like that. Now I think I'm very tempted to change these colours, but maybe I can do that at the end. Alright, let's do the customer join thing here. So the template to use is going to be cool Mobi, and that gives us something like this. So I'm just going to fill this out really quickly here. Okay. There we go. Now that should all be saying create account and more appropriate things than this, but I'm not really worried too much at this stage. At least I've managed to create an account and that's a start, you know. So let's go to order basket again, proceed with order, and we'll go to this here. Now let me have a think here. How are we going to do this? Okay. Let me just go back. So create account is going to take us, now that's wrong, it would be customers/join. It would be there. So let's just join up these different bits and pieces. So customers / join. Okay, so back here on order basket, they can create an account. Now, here, I'll just say create account. Okay, so it's going to say create account. Then we're going to have something like that. And then we're going to have proceed as a guest account. So we're going to have to build that as well. Now, let's attempt to get the ID of the customer. If I show you TronGate security, now you'll see that there's a thing on customers called make sure allowed here, right? So if I go to customers and have a look for make sure allowed, you'll see that make sure allowed is attempting to get a token that represents this customer. So let's just do a little tweak to this. I'm going to say function attempt get customer ID. Now it's going to be remarkably similar to all of that stuff. And okay, so we're going to run TronGate tokens attempt get valid token. Let's have a wee look at that. So this is going to return false. If they've not got a token. So I'm going to say if the token is false, then customer ID is going to be 0. Otherwise, we're going to try to get a customer object here. Now that's running a thing called get customer object, and it's either going to return false or else an object that represents this customer. So I'm going to say if well, let's just say return customer ID here. And in this scenario, if the customer object is false, then again the customer ID is 0 and I'll return the customer ID. Otherwise, the customer ID is the customer object loading up ID, and we're going to return the customer ID. Okay, so when we go to that proceed page, which is all the way back at order basket, and it's called proceed, we're going to first of all check to see if this user is logged in as a customer. So I'm going to say this module customers, I'm going to say customer ID is this customers attempt get customer ID. So this is either going to return a 0 or a number representing the customer. Now, if we var dump this customer ID with a die statement, it's gonna say int 0. So I must not be logged in at this point. Okay, that's fine. But if I go to customers login, now I'm gonna log in. And now I'm going to go to that order basket proceed. Now you can see that we've got this here. It says it's a string of 1, you know. So that's kind of cool. I suppose we could tidy this up a wee bit. Maybe we could just say customer ID is 0, and if the token does not equal false, then we do this stuff here, and again, if the customer object is not false, we could do that. And then we could just say set type customer ID integer return customer ID. Alright, so now we've got an integer representing this customer. So over on order basket, over here, I'm gonna say that if the customer ID is greater than 0, then let's just redirect to order basket / place order. Okay, so that means that if somebody is logged in, it's just going to redirect them straight to this place order page. So function place order. Okay, now again, we can make sure that the user has got items in the basket. And I'm going to just say data view file equals place order this template CoolMobi passing in the data. Alright, now I'm going to make a view file up here called place order. So it's a new file, placeorder.php. So we'll do a little section here, an H1 with text center, and I'm gonna say please enter your delivery details. So it's going to do something like that. In fact, let's just say your delivery details. Okay, and we'll have a little paragraph underneath that with a class of text center. Please use the form below to submit your delivery details. So it's going to go like this. P text center. Note, you will have an opportunity to check your order before after you have submitted the form below. Okay. After you have submitted your details, okay, so now we're going to have a little form here. In fact, I'm going to just put a div in here with a class of delivery details. So this is going to have a form. Now the form is going to go to order basket submit delivery details. I'll add in a little form close here. Close the PHP. Now I'm going to echo. If we go to customers join, you'll remember that I asked for a first name and a last name. So I'm going to echo form label first name. I'm going to say attribute placeholder, enter your first name here. I'm going to echo form input first name. Now I'm going to leave it empty for the moment, but add in those attributes. So this is going to give us something like this. And for delivery details, I'm going to head to this here. I'm going to say for the delivery details form, I'll say that the width is 96%, but the max width is going to be 540 pixels, margin 0 auto. Oh, you miserable something. Alright, well, background colour yellow. Well, of course, on order basket place order, I need to include that style sheet, which I'm happy to do. There you go. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So now we're going to have last name, enter your last name here. Then we're going to have contact, telephone number, enter your contact telephone number here. Something like that. So then okay, then I want to add in the address details. So thinking here. Okay, address details. Alright, that's good. So let's just have address, line 1. Enter line 1 of your address here. Let's go address line 1, 2. Then we're going to have 3. City. Enter your city here. I'll just say town or city. Enter your town or city here. But I'll call it city. And then finally, let's have postcode. This is a UK thing, of course. Enter your postcode here. Gonna go like this. Alright. So we've got something that's a little bit like this. Now, there's a whole lot of wasted space here. So what we could maybe do is take this H2, maybe chuck it here and say your details and then address details. Now let's change address details to delivery address. It sounds a wee bit less intrusive. We do not want to do anything uncool. Alright. So I'm going to add a submit button in this. Form, submit. Now I'm just going to say name is submit and value is submit. And then I'm going to have a little anchor thing that is going to take us back to order basket. It's going to say cancel. It's going to have an array with a class assigned to alt. So let's refresh. A class assigned to button and then alt. There you go. Okay, now on our delivery details, let's go back here. I'm going to say padding bottom is 120 pixels. I want quite a lot of space here. And for the moment, and only for the moment, I'm going to say that the background color is lime. And I'm going to say that delivery details direct descendant divs have got a border of 1 pix red solid. Something like this. Now, in here, we have our form, of course. And we can take this top section and add a div here. And we can, right around this section down here, Oh geez, it keeps doing that, forgive me. My tab is not working. Anyway, I'm going to echo a closing div and an opening div. There you go. And then right at the end of this, after the form close, I'm going to echo a closing div. So there you go. Now if I make this border really giant, it will make this a bit clearer. So let's just say that the border is 7 pixels red solid. Okay, so we've got a border at the top and we've got one at the bottom. Now, let's do some CSS magic. Okay, for the big screen, we're gonna do something like this. And I'm gonna say display is flex, flex direction is row, align items, flex start, that's going to push everything to the top, and then justify content, space between. And there we go. Now, do we feel good about space between? Maybe we should have said space around. Or maybe we should have said center. Yep, that kind of works. Yeah, that kind of works for sure. Now, let's also say that for the delivery details, for those direct descendant divs, I'm going to just say margin, top and bottom of 0, left and right of 24 pixels. Gives us a wee bit of daylight here. Now, let's also say width is 40%. Maybe a bit much. Let's try 30. Okay, now, well, we've got these buttons here. I'm going to have a little div with a class of order BTNs. Or maybe even just a class of text, right? And then we could go like this. Something like that. So you fill out the different bits and pieces and you hit submit and everything is cool. Now let me just see how this looks without the crazy colours here. Okay, it's not too bad, but I think that these input fields here Yeah, let's make these a little bit different. So I'm going to say that for delivery details, if we've got one of those input text things, let's give it a width of 60%. Alright, that was a disaster. 80. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm going to do a little comma. Order BTNs. And here, we'll just say order BTNs. Gives us this. Okay, so your details, first name, last name, contact phone number, delivery address, blah 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 blah. Then they hit submit and that's us. If they're not happy, they can hit cancel and it's going to go back here. Okay, so that's a big screen, but what about a small screen? Well, I think I'm going to copy all of this stuff here. Go like this. And basically I just want to do the reverse of everything that I did for the big screen, you know. So we'll give it an orange background just so we can see what's happening here. And we're going to say flex direction is going to be column. Okay. Then just for clarity, I'll bring back this border of 1 pix red solid. Okay. Now, okay, we're going to take away this width here. There you go. And let's make these have a width of 100% just for the moment. That's pretty cool. And we're going to say align items stretch. Okay, now I'm going to just say minimum height. This is just for the moment, 200 pixels. What did that actually do? I don't think that achieved anything. Okay, doesn't matter. But that's starting to look quite decent. Okay, now the bit that says order buttons, let's just say order buttons is going to have a display type of flex. That actually looks quite good. So I think that looks pretty good. Okay, good. That's excellent. So now we're just going to clean this up. Something like this. Okay, so now we can really have a look at this on a big screen. Now hold on a minute, because okay, I'm gonna say align items, flex start, justify content, flex start. Alright, now let me get this right. It's probably going to be flex direction row. Let's change justify content to flex end. There you go. Now on a narrow screen, it actually looks pretty good. It really looks good. I think that's looking fantastic. Good. So let me just try a couple of other devices. Galaxy. Okay, let's change that headline. To just delivery details. Okay. So they're going to fill this thing out, and that's all looking good. So they're going to say submit delivery details. Okay, now let's just get straight into this here. We're not going to hang about. So we're going to have function submit delivery details. I'm just going to say JSON on the posted data. Which is going to give us something like that. And here we have a validation situation. So now something else I wanted to show you. When we look at this form and we inspect here, have a close look and you'll see that it says form hidden CSRF token. So all of that is built into this framework. You don't even have to worry about that stuff. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, with that being the case, let's once again just submit this. And we're going to just validate this information here. So I'm going to say that submit is post submit. And if submit is equivalent to submit, then it's a validation situation. Now TG, I think I've got something here for this. Tongate. Do we have something? Oh well, so much for that. Maybe not. Anyway, here's how we do validation. We take each of these things one by one. For example, this, no, hold on a second, it would be this validation helper set rules first name. I'm going to just say first name. I'm going to say that it's required and has a minimum length of 2. We're going to do the same for the other fields. Last name. Now, because of Mr. T, we have to do a minimum length of 1. Unless you want to ban him. Maybe we should ban Mr. T and make it a minimum length of 2. You never know. Maybe Mr. T will order. Anyway, we'll get that. Address line 1. So, address line 1 is going to be required with a minimum length. Well, you'd have to just leave that, because sometimes somebody would leave a number in or something, like number 1. So we'll leave that. Address line 2 is going to be required. I think I'm going to give this one a minimum length of 3. Now, address line 3 is going to be optional, but city is going to be required. It's going to have a minimum length of 2, and in fact I could even do a callback and make sure it's Glasgow or something, but I won't do that right now. Let's just keep it simple. So that is of course our city field, and it has a label of town or city. There you go. And finally we've got a postcode. Let me just copy one of these. So I'm going to just say postcode. Minimum length of 6. Okay, so the way that we do this is we say result is this validation helper run, and if the result is true, then confirm order. Otherwise, there's an error. Now, if there's an error, we're going to go back to place order, like that. Otherwise, well, I'm just going to say confirm order. Okay. Now, over on place order here, right at the top of the page, I am going to chuck in a little thing up here that says validation errors. Okay. Now, for the moment, I'm just going to go like this. And you can see we've got these validation errors here. We can center them if you want by saying p class equals text center, and also like that. So that means that the validation errors will be aligned to the center, and of course we can say let's have a class of error. Something like that. Okay, but assuming that everything is okay, then it's going to give us a confirm order page. So confirm order, right? Let's just build that page right now. I'll deal with this stuff later on. Okay. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna when something goes ahead like this, I'm gonna insert into pending orders. So we'll have a table somewhere called pending orders, and then this page is gonna read the details from pending orders plus the order basket. We're going to display everything and then add a big confirm button. When they hit confirm, we're going to give them an order ref. Then we're going to say, please do not be offended if we call you to confirm the order. That's all it's going to do. They'll hit OK and it's going to just say thanks, and that's it. Okay, so something like that. Now when the order gets placed, there's going to be probably I imagine a flat screen TV in the kitchen or something like that. Maybe a speaker with a bell ringing or something. And we can definitely build that page. And we can have a page going up exactly like the way Domino's Pizza and all of them do it. So we might even get a wee look at that if we search for Domino's Pizza order screen. I've seen it when I go in. You see it on the wall. And that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. You see that page right there? I'm going to build that page. Okay? That's what we're going to have. And then whomever is in the kitchen or the staff will be able to log in, change the status. Everything is going to be beautiful. Customer's going to be able to log in and also check the status. And this is going to be a fabulous system. Alright. Pardon me. Hello there to you, Stefan. The great Stefan has arrived. Another pillar of the live stream. And here comes Nimish. Says the submit button looks way bigger. You think so? That one? Yeah, well, that's okay. I want them to submit. And in actual fact, I'd make that a green button. I'd never make this a red button for something like that. It's bad psychology, you know? So we'll change the colour of the button at some point, but it should be good. I think this whole system is fucking brilliant. Forgive me if I sound a little bit arrogant there. But this is a damn good menu system here. I really, really like it, you know? And I think that on mobiles, I mean, you cannot lose with this. Just have a look at this beautiful page. Okay, that's garbage, but look at this. Boom. Would you like something? Yes, I would. Now that is a really, really nice page there. I like that quite a lot, I have to tell you. Maybe that button's a wee bit on the big side. I would probably agree with that. It probably is. But that's a design touch. I can do it later on. In fact, all of this stuff to do with confirming orders, I've done this 100 times, and some of you watching have done this 100 times. So now I'm going to have a little bit of fun. I'm going to build a system just like the fucking Domino's ordering thing, 'cause that's the kind of guy that I am. Fair enough? Okay, let's build this. So, I'll do a wee commit here. Stage all. And I'm just going to say halfway through ordering system. We're going to say commit. There you go. And what on earth is going on? Halfway through ordering system. Now about to work on the board. They love it when they have big boards, you know. Alright. And now, finally, we are in the Delta Zone. The Delta Zone is that special place where hardly any developers have gone. Everything I've done so far is just ordinary web development. I mean, it's okay, but it doesn't really get me excited after all these years, you know. But now, as we move on and build our fabulous order board that's going to go in the kitchen, now we are truly in regions unknown. It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. So, let's figure this one out then. Okay. So, from a module perspective, we've got order basket, and I think that we should have a module called orders. So let's just make that manually. Here we go. So here we're going to draw an orders board. I am going to add a wee bit of security in, so I'm going to say this module TronGate security this. Now let's just say data token is this TronGate security make sure allowed. I'm going to say data view file equals overview, and then this template. Now this is going to be a special template for this. I'm going to make it up. It's going to be called overview, and it's going to take in the data. So into the templates folder, we're going to say function overview. It's going to just load up overview, and it's going to take in some data. So let's go into views, new file, overview.php. Okay, now I'll do a wee bit of HTML here, and let's just say our name overview, and maybe in here I'm gonna just do a link to base URL CSS trongate.css, but I'll have another one here that goes to base URL, and it's going to go to orders module css overview.css. Now I'm going to just write the word overview for the moment, and I'm going to head to orders. There you go. Okay, now into the orders thing there shall be a folder called assets, another folder called CSS, and another folder called overview. Now just to make sure this works, I'm going to say H1 color red. If this goes red, which it does not, it would have meant that we had a gig there. So let's just see what's going on. So, of course, that's orders module. Perfect. Alright, so now we are in the realms of designing a page that looks a little bit like this one. I really like this, you know. So, the first thing we'll do, I'm going to just style directly onto the page. In fact, will I? No, maybe we'll do it here. Okay. So let's say that the body background color is, I want a really dark blue. So if you think of RGB, if we do something like 44 here, it should be really dark. Maybe even darker than that. Oh yeah, that's quite good. That's quite good. Okay, now let's have a look at the dominoes thing. I don't want it to look exactly the same, but kind of close would not be a bad thing. Kind of close. And in fact, let's just add a couple of bits and pieces. Let's have a sub-headline. Let's have a paragraph with a wee bit of lorem, okay? Maybe even a button. Some button, and maybe even another button with a class of alt that says alt button. Maybe we're going to have a little table with a table row with 3 table headings. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's table cells. But we can probably do something like this. And something like this. Change these TDs to THs. And, as always, don't forget to smile. So if we go back here, have a wee refresh, there's where we are. Now, the first thing I want to do is figure out what the font color is going to be. So I'm just going to click here and inspect. And I'm going to grab this. Head here. Come on, you miserable suck. Ah, there we go. There we go. Now I want it to be really quite bright. There we go, that's the colour. So I want it to look just like one of those systems at McDonald's or Domino's or something like that, you know? So I'm going to say that the colour, or pardon me, colour is going to be that. Alright, I love building stuff like this. So now let's have a wee look at the fonts that they're using here. And we don't need to stick to Domino's, you can have a look at anything. McDonald's computer ordering system or something, I think I'll have a look at that. Let's just see what they're all doing. Okay, so it looks like they're using a pretty ordinary board. There's no big deal there. Everything looks kind of normal. And the same goes for the Domino's one. That is a fairly ordinary looking font, so I don't think that we need to change the fonts, believe it or not. So that's kind of cool. So let's just assume that we're happy with the fonts. So the next thing we're going to do then is on our overview screen, I'm going to add a header. Okay, now the header is going to say see how it says who's up next? Okay, we're going to do something else. We're going to say, let's have a little div and we'll say pending orders. There you go. Pending orders. Now, let's just go like this. Have a little refresh. Okay, let's have a wee look at the McDonald's one here. Okay, staff ordering system. Ah, so there's what they get. Alright, let's try Argos. They're good at this type of thing. Okay, well I'm going to stick with the Domino's vibe here. I quite like this. So, shall we dance? Let's say that the header has got a background colour of blue. Okay. Now, I'll say minimum height . Okay, now let's take this background colour that we've got here. Going to take a little trip to Colours on the Web Wizard. Colours on the Web Wizard. And I don't want to just guess colours here. So let's do something like that. Okay, so our header is going to have this colour here. That's good. Now we're going to say display is flex, align items, center, flex, or pardon me, justify content, center. Something like that. Now, this is going to be uppercase. Text, transform, uppercase. Okay. Now, this header div I'm going to give it a crazy background just so I can see it. Okay. Okay, so let's just say that the width is 80%. And for this one, we'll also do the whole align center thing. And I'll say that the height is 120. The nice thing about this is I don't have to worry about mobile devices. Okay. Now. Okay. Alright. Font size 46 pixels. Okay, cool. Now, let's take this blue color here. And okay. Oh, it's my mum. Hello. Oh, brilliant. Okay, well, I'll walk over. Thanks very much for that. Is it a miserable day? Oh, geez, that's a shame. That's the way it goes. Okay, I will do. Alright, thanks a lot then. Cheerio now. Bye. Alright. Border. 5 picks. Okay, nice. Now. That's good. That's very good. That'll do us. Now, it doesn't have to be exactly like this, of course, right? But here, I'm going to have a bit that says main. Okay. Now, the main section is going to have this. So I'm going to say main, border, top, 12 pixels, that, solid. That's good. I feel as if we might be able to go another colour with that. Oh, that's hideous. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now the main is going to have a maximum width of 90%. Margin. No, that's bullshit. Okay. Center stage. Good. Okay, now let's think about the actual content for this thing. So, as much as this was all good fun, I'll take it out. Okay. Okay, you know what? Yeah, maybe that's the way to go. Okay, so the header is going to have that background. And the body is going to just be black. That's okay, we're allowed to change our minds, we're allowed to change our minds. Now, let's actually okay, so let's figure out what this actually shows you. So it's basically a table with an order ref, a name, a status. Now, I'll add ready in as well. Okay. Now, I think the best way of doing that is probably if we just think in terms of an order row, that it contains 4 divs. So we've got, I'm going to say order ref, or just order. we're going to have name, we're going to have status, then we're going to have ready in. Okay, now let's just, for the purposes of simplicity, call this one order row top, and then we'll have a for loop. And I'll just imagine that there's 5 of these things. Okay. Okay, now let's get this thing happening. So we've got this center stage here. For the moment, I'll just say that the background color for this is a really, really dark grey. Just for the moment, just for the moment. Okay. So we can change this width to 100 here, I'm pretty sure of that. That's cool. And then I'm going to say that for order row direct descendant divs, the borders are going to be this. Okay, now the order rows are going to have a display type of probably grid. The grid gap is going to be 0. Grid template columns is going to be repeat 4 times at 1 FR a pop, which gives us that. Alright, let's see, minimum height, okay. Okay, now let's figure this stuff out here. Right, the top row is all going to be centered. Alright. And the other rows, well, they're going to have justify content of flex start. It would appear that they get aligned to the left. I'm not sure if that's 100% what I want, but there you go. Now, let's also say that the order row top is going to have a font size of 39 pixels, a font weight of bold, then, you know what, might as well. Okay, now let's make it so that the order row top ones are really big, like 42 pixels, but the smaller ones are maybe going to have a font size of 37 pixels. That's pretty good. I like it. I like it a whole lot. And just to give you an idea of how this is going to look, you would have a name in here like this. Well, actually that would be the ref. So you'd have a reference. You'd have something like John Smith, and then in the oven, and then ready in, I'll just say 10 minutes. So to give you the visualization exercise, that's what you'd have. Okay, that's what you'd have. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Man, that's good. And you'd probably want some kind of, like if it's a new order, I'm going to just try something here. Okay, now how are they ordering these at Domino's? Now 3 minutes. Okay, so the ones that are closest go to the top. So I'm going to just say if I is equivalent to 3, then status is new. So you get something like that. I thought I was using JavaScript. Yeah, there we go. And so what we would do with that is we'll add a wee bit of JavaScript on here. It's going to say set interval. And maybe once every 30 seconds, it's going to run a wee query. And it's basically going to repopulate the stuff, you know. Now I'm going to say var got new order is false. Let's have a wee bit of fun. Let's have a wee bit of fun. So you would say, if got new order is true, well, all hell's gonna break loose. So what would you like to happen? Well, we could take this section in the header, give it an idea of page headline, and we could say var page headline is document get element by ID of page headline. And if we've got a new order, we could say page headline dot inner HTML equals new order submitted. Okay, and let's just see what that does if we refresh it. And there you go. It changed to new order submitted, as you can see. But we can also get it to play sounds and do all sorts of other crazy stuff. So to do that, I think I'm going to have to refer to some notes. So that will do us for this live stream. I think we've made a ton of progress, but I am going to get it so that it plays a noise or something when a new order comes in. Maybe we'll even change the background colour so that they can really see this thing. Maybe that's a good idea, actually. So we could say that extra class equals new order. Well, actually that would go up here, and here the extra class would be empty, and we can take that extra class and just add it on right here like this. So when we refresh, we get something like that. And of course, it's very easy to just say new order, background color lime, color navy, or something like that, you know, or maybe yellow. Something like that. In fact, you could even have it flashing. I'm getting all carried away here. So let's just say transition for the background color is going to be 1 second. Now check this out. When the thing changes, I'll just say page headline dot style dot background color equals, and let me just do something like that. Oh, wrong thing. Alright, well I can add an animation in anyway for the new orders. So all I have to do, and I'll just write some notes on the page so I can remember the next time I show up. All I have to do is add sound when new order. Okay. Add sound when a new order comes in. Make new order row flash. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. And that's it. That's pretty much it. Now, I'm going to also do a few other things, but, well, we'll just keep it at that for the moment. I think that was a good day. I enjoy building stuff like that. Alright, John Paul is here. Hello to you, John. It's fantastic, Ola, to see you. Gear, thank you so much for saying that, because I feel as if it's been an excellent day. I've had so much done. I've recorded a whole bunch of videos for Speed Coding Academy. They haven't gone up, of course, but that's going really well. And of course, you never got a chance to see that, but you will see it soon. And I think that you're going to love it. And a special hello to John Paul. John Paul is absolutely the last early adopter. He came on board last week, and that is it. And I hope he doesn't mind me saying, but John Paul has a whole bunch of experience in this industry that I would certainly love to have myself. So welcome, John Paul. We have Catherine in the house, we have Namish, we have Stefan, we have a whole bunch of people. And just as a wee reminder, there's not too many people here, but as a wee reminder, I'm going to be doing a wee private Skype thing. It will not be recorded. It's going to be on Thursday. John is going to be there, I'll be there, it'll be free of charge. And if anybody wants to come along, just add me on Skype, okay? It's david.webguy. Folks, this has been a really great day. I feel as if a whole lot of progress has been made, you know? And why not? Why not build things that look a wee bit like the you know, like the Domino's thing or whatever? Why not build it? I love building stuff like this. Truth is, the client never asked for it. But even if the client doesn't want it, well, somebody will. Okay. So it's been a pleasure and a privilege. Here's a little summary of where we are. We have a fabulous admin, a menu here even. I think this is looking really nice. I think it looks even better actually on mobile devices. So if I just show you that. So here's the mobile setup. And it looks something like this. So you would choose a category, click on one of the things, go like that, add to order, and don't it make you feel good? We then proceed with the order, and that's all of that stuff. And of course, when that happens, this is going to be in the kitchen, a big board like this, and hopefully we'll get it making a few bleeps and noises, and we'll have some fun with that. What an incredible day. You are my inspiration, you are my motivation, and I am so grateful to have you here. I would say this has been the best coding day I've had for about 6 months. So thank you so much. I'm going to come back tomorrow and keep on working on this. I've been in a wee bit of a dark place this last couple of weeks, but you folks have really cheered me up. Thank you so much, and I will see you very, very soon. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Light.